All right, everybody. Our SPY puts for 669 are now up 80%. They're almost at $700 here. So for these puts, again, we're still going to potentially hold them here, but we can start taking profit. This pretty much pays back for any losses we had throughout the week here. So this is the plan. We're going to take profit on the 669 put. And then once you hit 667, we're going to buy a 10-day call. All right. So again, we're going to take profit on this. All right, everybody. So we're looking at calls for 667 here for a tiny little retracement to the upside. So again, we're going to get into 667 calls. They're going to be a little more expensive, but whenever you're trading in the morning, you're pretty much consistently always having to buy contracts that are a little bit more expensive. You could buy cheap ones, of course, but they're not going to go up as much as these, right? Because all we're looking for is a quick little scalp in the first place. All right, so we got 5 of them here. We're going to use the pre-market low as a potential way for us to continue playing more downside, just in case these contracts go down. But I think we just got filled at the perfect time right there. Yeah, I literally think we got filled at the lowest price. Yeah, you're already up. Yeah, you're already up 10%. That was like 2 seconds. All right, so we're gonna hold this for a second. Let it hit 676, meaning let it run up another 80 cents, and then we're gonna hop out of this, and that's pretty much all. And then we could potentially scalp another put to the downside. I definitely think the market could fall down a little bit more right now before it wants to run up higher. But if it just wants to be a little complicated, it could just run up like a $2-3 from here, right? But yeah, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, everybody. So we're up 30% on this play now. So of course, pretty much just gonna follow the same idea as the past couple days. Now we're up 33%. And what that means is we're basically just gonna take profit here. 35%, 36%, 41%, 42%. We're gonna buy into the puts now. You guys ready? All right, so market fill, get rid of this. If you want to hold one, just in case you think the gap is going to get filled right now. 48%. Again, put your stops just in case you want to hold this a little bit longer. Just put some stops on. All right, I'm going to get rid of mine here. I'll hop into them in a couple minutes here just in case we continue to head up higher. However, I will be playing the puts now. All right, so the puts that we're looking for, they're going to be expensive as well. 674 puts. 674. Let's get 675 puts. Let's just market fill here. Let's buy 3 of them. So again, we got 675 puts here. We just market filled at 3 of them. We're going to sell this in a second. You're already up 5%. $20. You could just put your stops. You could just take profit here. So again, let's take profit. We're already up 5%. All we wanted was a little small trade. Now we're up 10%. Not bad. The calls that we're going to hop back into, they're going to be for the same strike price, I'm thinking. The 676s, 677s. So around that same area. And what we're looking for is just going to be probably around like 15%. Right? 12%. So again, you can still go down a tiny bit more here before we buy into the calls. That's what we're waiting for. But you could also just get bought up, right? And just run to the top. Took 20% on the call. Excellent, John. That's what's up. There we go. The gap starts about like right here. So 678.63. So we're just waiting for it to get above here. And if it gets above 678, we're just going to continue to play the gap up. All right, everybody? So again, don't be worried. If you have too much capital in the market right now, again, just take a smaller gain. The more capital you use, the quicker you're going to sell. Even if it goes in your direction, you're just going to get rid of it really quickly. What's good, Chills? How we doing, brother? All right, ladies and gentlemen. Same idea as before. If you still are holding some of those calls, again, same thing we told you right here. Put your stop losses. And then once you hit this line, we're going to hop into another 0-day call. If you can get above it. And then for the puts, we just want you to hit the line and then fall from it. So the second you hit this line here, if it's above and you instantly leap up higher, again, you could look for the calls. If it just hits it and starts to, fall from it, before it even falls, you're just going to buy it the second it hits the arrow. That's the first thing I want you to realize if you're going to buy the puts. So the second it just runs up here and touches it, there's no overthinking, there's no nothing. You just instantly buy it. If it runs up higher than it, let it fall down back on top of it for a second, and then you can get the calls. And then switch your direction. That's what you're looking for here. Again, the last trade, which was trade number 2, was up 8% at the peak. We'll only claim 5%. But again, that's still pretty fine. 8% was about $60, by the way. For the next trade, we're going to look for puts for $677 now. The puts that we got last time, yeah, they were for $675. We're also going to put the reversal points on the screen in just a second. We're just giving this a moment here. All right, everybody. So again, we're still inside the puts for 677. We weren't up for a single second yet. Now we're basically break even, up by like 0.1 of a percent. For this trade, it's the same thing as the second trade for number 3. We're just looking for a 5 to 20% trade. We're going to sell out. And then we're just going to see where's the next large move. So far, you just had a swing to fill half the gap. You could just start swinging into a new low. Hit this midpoint we were talking about earlier, which was 667. And then potentially, after we hit this midpoint down here, we'll start running up to the higher point. If you just hold down here and run right back up and stay above 678.30. So again, if you just stay above 678.30, this market could potentially just run into a new high, right? But I kind of want to see if it's going to go down a little bit lower. You know, towards like these lows down here, where we can get those cheap 10-day contracts. I mean, they're not going to be cheap. They're going to be around like 320. They'd be like 300 each, 320 each, around that price down here. Right now, they currently cost around, I think, let me check. How much they cost? Oh, they got really cheap. So, for the 10-day options, these were the ones I was looking at earlier. And the 685s yesterday, if we just take a look at this real quick, they were around $600, and in the morning, they dropped down to $300. Which is basically exactly what I want them to cost, but at the midpoint down here. Which means if these cost that much already, they're probably going to only cost... remember, this is 685, so it's near the high, but it's not breaking out yet. It's right next to King's Point, which is normally where we play like our 10-day contracts to when the market's falling down. And then we normally play to the same area every single time. And then right around that same area, we'll start playing with the 0-day options. Because remember, this was the first time you hit this area up here, right, ladies and gentlemen? And we told everybody, get 5 to 15-day puts. So did those options work out? And the answer is completely, perfectly yes. The second day to first day, it was terrible. We were down on them because we started buying them right around 670 or 686. So that same day, you hit 688. And then the next day, you were kind of still stuck up here. From all the way up here to down here, those options went up about, I think it was 80 to 90%. I think that's what we sold it. Let me check. We sold it for 80%. So it was about $303 we made on just that. And then we made about, on the calls to the upside here, we made about 250. On the puts for trade number 2, we made about, I think it was about $40, somewhere around there. So already today we're up. If we count the trade from a couple days ago, the puts, we're up around like almost 600, around 600. If we don't count the puts, we're only up around like 290, 300, basically. But yeah, that's not bad, right? We had a couple puts up here. They went up to 80%, $300. We sold them. We hopped into a call down here. You bounced up, filled half the gap, which was excellent. It was perfect. And then as you were running up, it's harder to show you on this chart, but I can show you on this chart. So as you were running up here, when you hit 1.5 on the reversal points, we bought puts, sold it for 5%. And basically right around, you could say like on top of number 3, we started buying the puts again. And then when you hit number 4, we averaged down and sent it into the Discord. Probably about like 15 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. Was it 15? Yeah, about now, yeah. It was like 10 o'clock flat, so about 13 minutes ago. And now you're just falling from number 4. So the first thing I want to see here is you fall down from number 4 without hitting the 200-day moving average. And I want to see you hit number 2. Once you hit number 2, if it holds, we're going to buy some calls for you to run up higher. If it runs up first and it hits the 200-day moving average right now, we're just going to stay in the puts for a second. We're going to see if it just wants to hit number 5 and fall right back down. If it gets above number 5, we're just going to play calls going up to number 6 and 7 because it pretty much did the same shit yesterday, right? As you can all see, you fell down to 5, 6, almost hit 7, and then yanked right back up to the sky. So we're going to use yesterday's price action. We're going to use yesterday's trend to basically overlay it to today and just trade today's ideas. It's pretty simple, especially because now we're getting bigger moves. When you get bigger moves, they tend to follow each other more consistently than the smaller moves. All right, everybody. So that's pretty much your current analysis right now. Above the 200, we'll continue playing calls for a slight little scalp. In terms of the puts we're currently holding, we're going to wait for you to hit the 200 and then fall down because they're for 677. So as long as you can hit reversal point number 2, we'll be in the money, basically. So we're only about $1.30 away. And as long as we can hit number 3, since we average down up here, the second we hit number 3, we'll be up. We'll probably be up like 5-10% when we hit right here. And then if we can hit number 2, we'll probably be up like around 20 to 30. If it hits number 1.5 or number 1, you'll be up around like 60 to 80% again. So it all depends what happens here. If we make a new low, which is honestly where I think the market's going to go today, I think we're just going to stop around here, turn around, fall out the sky. If you make that new low, these options are going to be up around like 200, 300%, which means we paid around 100 for it. Our average is around 100 and like 8. And we're trying to sell them for like basically around 300. Other than that, everybody, we're going to be taking a little break here. We're just going to be waiting for this. Usually these trades right here, like the first trade, the first snap, that's one leg you could say to the downside, right? Then you have a second leg to the upside. That's already 2 trades. Usually the market slows down for trade number 3 to 4. It can be quick, but usually you slow down on this third trade up here. So yeah, there's no point to really waste your time here, everybody. No point to make yourself anxious. The next thing we can all do is just fix these other charts. And that's pretty much it. Oh, you guys want to see something cool? Let me show you guys something. I forgot to show you guys this. One, this is pretty excellent, right? This downtrend we created. And the next thing I really want to show you is this here. Just give me 1 second. I have no idea where I put it. Right here. There you go. Okay, so we told everybody a couple days ago when we bought these puts up here, we told everybody we're buying puts at this midpoint and we want to see the market fall down to the bottom point, which is perfectly exactly where the market just fell to. And isn't that crazy? We got this box from just one day, October 10th. So we used just October 10th's trend to dictate what was going to happen going into the future. And it wasn't just because of this chart that we bought the puts, right? Because you guys might be saying, like, how do I choose which chart that I buy puts from? Or, like, my entries, like, which one do I choose? And it's not a matter of choosing. It's a matter of merging all of them. So if all my charts tell me that at this location, with all my technicals done, organized, and perfectly fixed, if they all say that I should buy calls here, I'm going to tell you guys that that's where you should buy calls. Everything I say, it's pretty much, it has nothing to do with what I think. The only time you hear what I think and my, you know, like my opinion about things is when we're entering into 0 days, because it's a little bit harder to plan those and predict those the nights before, because you don't know what's going to happen that next day sometimes. However, you know, with there being a gap, it's kind of like we could tell. You might either fill half of it or you're just going to fall down into a new low. So when we bought our calls in the morning, we were basically going off of the idea that you would hold and at least run up to half the gap, which is exactly what's going on right now. So that's kind of like the effect, like the problem when it comes to planning the night before. You can't predict that, right? The only thing you can predict before you hit a certain level, like down here, is, all right, if you hit that level, you're automatically buying a 5 to 10 day call. What strike price are you going to choose? Well, look at where you fell from and just choose the halfway point. So if you bought a strike price at the bottom here today with calls because you were waiting for this the past couple of days, and the top is 688, all you got to do is look at the bottom, which is 673, right? That's about $15. So then you want to choose a strike price, which is about basically, wait, did I say it was about $15? Yeah, it's about $15 because it hit 673. So yeah, you just choose a strike price that's like $7 away. So like a 681, a 682, and currently you're already at 679. So you would already be, extremely profitable with that play. Now, let's just say you had a big account and you were up, you put 5,000 into the market. That means right now you would probably be up around 100%. So you would probably be up to like 12K right now if you put 5K at the bottom here. At this point, what should you do? Like, what would I do? And the answer is you have two options. Sell 90% to 80% of your plays and keep the remaining 10 to 20% just in case if you run up here. You're not going to make a whole lot more money, but it's going to be more than you initially would have made if you just sold everything at that one moment, right? That's what I used to do when I was like first beginning to trade. The difference now is I don't really look for larger percentages. I don't look for a lot of capital or profit. What I look for is more opportunities. So more times where one could get into calls and puts, because that's the only thing that expands your ability and knowledge to trade, is more experience. But yeah, that's why we can always know where the market's going to go next or know what it wants to do next, even if it's not choosing our direction, is because there's basically a bunch of paths that the market likes to follow. It's like a long road, right? And every road or every, direction that you look is a long road. And every single time you go down one of those roads, they all lead to different paths. And that's basically what the market does. So as we're going down that road, it's kind of like what I'm telling everybody to do when I hop into a certain play. It's kind of like, all right, I'm choosing this road. I think it's going to make a left turn here. Or I'm choosing the right road, right? I think it's going to make a right turn here. And sometimes it chooses to make a left turn 2 stops ahead. It doesn't choose our turn. The reality is that the second you see it choose to stop 2 stops ahead, you now know a range of how close you were to actually being correct or perfect. With you knowing that range, you factor that into your trading styles, and the next time you get into a trade, you have a bigger range. Meaning, instead of putting your full position in that one road, you're going to, every single time you go down a certain, area, certain road, you're just going to put one position here, one position there, in each and every road. That way, even if it chooses one of those roads because you were averaging down, you basically had more opportunities. A lot of people, though, what do? They put all their money into a single road and they die on that road. You're 20 stops ahead at this point, and they still don't want to sell because they think it's going to come back around and go in their direction. And it's not going to be the case. So in terms of this put play, right, it's just going to take a little bit longer. Of course, we are down right now. We're down about 20% here on the 677 puts. We currently have 5 of them in total. Average is around 108. And the current price is around 76. So again, we're going to average down into this play once you hit the 200-day moving average, because I'm looking for you to run around number 5. And then the second you get above that, we're going to start instantly playing calls that are a little bit cheaper, but we're just looking for like a quick $20 to $50 scalp. And then we just want to make back this money little by little, because being down 20% is basically being down around 130. And remember, we're up so far 160 today, so minus 130. That's going to be up now only 470. So we got to get back to 600 at least before we start choosing to get to a, like get inside of a bigger trade, let's just say. That's how you're going to consistently scale your account. So we might have to cut. We'll see if we can average down. We'll see how the midday turns out. If it gets to a certain price, we'll just take, the loss because we're still up on the day. And again, yeah, that's pretty much it. That's the only thing we have to do. And we'll probably just hop into the puts again, basically, was what I was about to say. Yeah, that's the only thing we're going to do today. So, again, everybody, you get above the 200-day moving average. You're going to play calls to 6 and 7. The gap is going to be filled all the way up here at number 8. So you do have an opportunity today to run to number 8 because the gap is all the way up here. But remember, this market is a little unstable, right? You might have an opportunity of falling down here, if not consolidating from number 4 to number 1, and then tomorrow we gap down again. We definitely could have an opportunity for that. So that's kind of what I'm looking for right now, is where is going to be the next 5 to 10 day play for the upside. In terms of the puts, we already made some money on the puts. If we're going to hop into more puts, we need this market to go down a little bit more so that, the contracts drop a little bit more in terms of their price. And then once it runs up after dropping down a little bit more, so for example, it's like this, right? We let it drop down to 667. We then let it bounce to 672. We then hop into puts at 672 if we think the market's going to collapse lower. For now, we basically played from the top all the way down here to this point, which was beneath the 1/4 point. So in order for us to hop into more puts, it's kind of like a game of Tetris, right? You're just connecting the blocks. So in order for us to get more puts, you need to run up and fill that gap. And then we could literally hop into another 5 to 10 day put, just like how we hopped into them over here for the continuation of the downside. It's just you're kind of in the middle of the move of going to the downside, and it could switch midway. So because it could still switch and do something stupid, I'm kind of like weighing all the odds and the pieces. And I'm just going to make sure you guys don't get into a position that's just going to, zap your account here. Because as long as we can make around 200 to 600 per day, within a week to 2 weeks, you guys should be at around 3 to 5K, which means the start of December, it's cold. Nobody's really going out. You have holidays, of course. But because the market's going to probably be a little bit slower in December, especially towards the beginning, I'm thinking, I think we should be able to turn these accounts from 3 to 5K to like 50K. It doesn't take long, I'm telling you. Just one of my trades will turn your account from 3 to 5K to 10K. That's how quick it can happen. It's just, we're not going to, do this live, of course, on YouTube. This is all going to be on the Discord. Because, again, people sometimes like to use other people's generosity in terms of ideas or concepts. And they like to use it against people, So I don't want nobody to hear, what I'm helping you with. I only want you to talk about that yourself if you would like to. But yeah, we're just going to go for bigger trades. It's going to be a little bit harder, a little bit more difficult than just what we're dealing with right now. Because there's going to be a lot more emotions on the table. So until we get to that point, try to fix all the little problems that you're having in terms of patterns, right? Like, are you buying into an option at the same time? And does it always yield profit or loss, right? Because sometimes if you literally just specifically buy options at certain times, 11 o'clock, 12, 12:30, like every 30 minutes, let's just say. Sometimes just that right there is going to significantly help you out. Instead of buying at like 2:15, you know what I mean? 2:20, you buy at 2:30, 2:35, or you buy at 3. But other than that, everybody, again, we're just going to give this a moment here. If it wants to go up higher, remember the rest of the gap on reversal point number 8. So once you get above number 5, boom, we'll play to number 8. If you can't get above number 5, we're just going to average down once more here. See if it could fall down to number 3. If not, number 2. Get out the play, and then go for an even cheaper call play down here at 677. If it just falls from number 2, you could buy calls right down here at this orange and gold area. That's basically all you're looking for. We can also add the CS zones, which is another one of our fantastic trading styles, you could say. Okay, now let's go up here. Let's take this chart. Let's make one more box. So that's pretty nice. So when we bought those puts, it was at the top of a CS zone, right? So if you just literally fall down right now, you're most likely just going to go break even again. So that's really, really, really nice. It just adds to the confidence, you know what I mean? I'm thinking about something real quick. I think I do need to make that other video for you guys about how we could improve the CS zones, because I don't think I just included that idea right there in the video, like what I was just doing right there with the candlesticks. Because this does give you a lot more buying points when you make it this way instead of the initial way. It's like the initial way that I first taught everybody how to make a CS zone. It works, it's decent, it's proper, But it's like the new way we started fixing it, and we started kind of using the candlesticks in like a different manner. But it's like the same idea, but a different manner. You know what I mean? Instead of like selecting two candlesticks perfectly, we're selecting certain attributes, certain highs of the candlestick, depending on what the next candlestick is. So it's kind of like you're using the future to then tell what happened in the past, to then see what's going to happen going forward here. What's going to be like the repetitive pattern that the market's going to have today. Because every market has a different pattern that day. Some markets, they follow the same patterns very consistently. And others, they tend to kind of like just jot around from different patterns month to month to month. Which is kind of like what stocks do, right? There's a certain yearly percentage that a stock can go up and down. There's certain yearly percentages that certain options go up and down. And in terms of what you're looking for, you always want to just like kind of nibble at it. If you always nibble at every play, yes, you're going to make less money, but you're going to have more profit in the longer run. The reason why is because while one person is waiting for their contract to work out within a time frame of a week or two, like for instance, those puts, we made $300, right? But if you just traded with $30 from the same time we bought those puts till now, from up here, and every single day you would have traded with $30. Day one, $30 would have instantly became around 60 to 90. Let's choose the lower end. Let's just say 60. And you might be like, how? How can I say that? Well, if we look at today's price action, I'll show you after. But there was definitely an option that went from 30 to 60. But we'll look for it after, right? Then you have the day right after. If you had $60 and you doubled it again, you would have around 120. This next day over here, again, 120 times, basically 2. Now you see how quickly it's doubling, right? Now you're already at 240 by the end of this day here. This day over here, again, 240 times 2, that's 480. So just within the same time frame of you holding those puts, one guy would have made only 300 and another guy would have made almost 500, 600. Because he was playing with less money. So, and of course, I know trading with $100, $300, $400 is a lot of money, especially if you're trying to double it. But again, if you get if you get into something like today's calls, let's say you have $400, right? And you used half of it at first. The calls that we bought into today were basically, let me see if I can remember. They were 677s, I believe, right? Let me see. Not a 10-day. I was like, why is that shit $800? Oh my God. So again, everybody, we bought these calls right here in the morning. Let me actually make sure before I say that. Sometimes these numbers, there's so much damn numbers. The numbers, Mason, what do they mean? All right, loading up Discord. Give me 1 second. All right, my phone's taking forever. Let me just look at it through my computer. Go to Silo Trades. Okay, so the calls that we bought into were for 677. We paid 128, and we sold them for 48%. So we were up about, you could say, like $60 each. So again, we bought the contracts right down here at 128, right at the bottom. Currently at the top right now, they're at 311. Let's just say you only used $200 and you had 400 in total. But because you only used $200, you were going to hold it for a little bit longer because we had a gap today. So you were just like, all right, I'll listen to what Silo says. He's going to play for half the gap and then he's going to get into puts. I'm going to play for half the gap and maybe a little bit more. I just want to see if it has the potential to fill maybe 3/4 of it, maybe a little bit more than half, especially because this option is about at the halfway point. So the higher it could go, the longer you could stay above this, the more likely you are to get more profit, right? That was the reason why we, for what's called, for example, for today, we talked about potentially holding one. That, and remember, that was the only day this whole entire week I ever said that. The only reason why I said that was just because of the likelihood of you filling this gap here. So the idea was correct. The concept was correct. The scalp plays for the puts, at least for number 3. We're still waiting for them right now. So we can't say it's correct or it's terrible. Of course, you could have a better buy at number 4. But again, we weren't looking to just buy a number 4. We were looking to average down into the play. So in terms of a better entry for now, we'll just say it was decent. Even the averaging down point, we averaged down on number 4. And we'll pretty much leave that for trade number 3. For trade number 4, it's just going to be another call. We're just going to hop into the same calls, if not a cheaper call play. But the idea still stands, right? If you had, let's just say, around $400 to $500, right? And today you use only $200, you threw it into down here, you would have spent at 118, 120, you would have spent a little bit over 200, so around like 240. Those same options, they're around 300 right now. So yeah, like 300. Let's just say you sold them for 290. That right there is $170 per contract. That is ridiculous. That means with just $200, again, you made a little bit over $300 to almost $400. So as much as your account in total is valued at, with just half of your account, you made your whole entire account. I do not suggest full porting, because if you full port, you're not going to be able to average down. And that's the only problem. That's what literally destroys everybody's account. There's a skill when it comes to averaging down, which allows you to never take a loss, ever. It's impossible. Especially if you buy one contract. If that one contract goes up with just $118, that thing went to $300. So with just $100, I made $200. And because I have another 400, I wasn't worried. If it fell to 70, 50, I would have bought another 5, 6. It jumps to 80. I sell out for 5, 10%. Call it a day. Today wasn't my day. We'll see if we could do something better for tomorrow. We'll see if we could jot down if there was any noticeable pattern I made, which caused me to not profit as much as I could have. And that's pretty much it. That's all you could do as a person. The only problem is a lot of people, they don't do that. They just want to rush into a trade, rush to see whatever profit they can make, 30, 40, 50%. And then they'll still continue to trade that day when they know if they use $1,000, you just made $300, $400. But then you want to hop back into the market with the whole entire amount when the market's going to be slower and it's just going to kill more value. And you can't do that. That's what I did. And I know a lot of people do it. I could tell because I did the same thing. So if you guys really want to scale your accounts to a level where, you know, you're taking that 3K that we're going to gain or at least get by the end of this, you know, this month, we should be able to hit 3 to 5K by the end of next week. Regardless of how much we start with an account this week, we've took an account from $4 to $1,000 within 4 days. And we've done it multiple times. We've taken an account from $15, $20, $100. I mean, you name it, we've done it. The only thing is, we got to keep the challenges going. We can't just have everybody stop at 600, 400, 900, 1,000. So what needs to change here is a psychological barrier. You need to stop looking at money the same. Meaning when you take this $100 and you take it to 600, you can't treat it the same, you know, as it's the same. Act like it has no value. Act like you lost it all already. No matter how far you go, act like every single trade you get into, whatever you put in, you could lose. And as long as you do that, you're never going to ever full port. You're always going to be worried about the market falling against you, which is going to cause you to always play smaller, which is perfect. It's kind of like a universal, this is supposed to happen for a reason type of thing. And that's kind of how I'm teaching you all. I'm giving you the worst trades, the hardest things to deal with, because I want you to see how you can actually go about dealing with a situation when, ladies and gentlemen, you're getting pushed against the edge. You're getting put, you know, your back's against the corner. All your money's in the market. You're down 40%. Do you just, you know, take profit or, you know, take the loss and call it a day? Do you get angry? Do you get emotional? What do you do in that scenario, in that, you know, that situation? And if I can give you that situation at $300 to $400, I would much rather do that because I have so many students that get to 20, 30, 40K. And because they never ran through my little boot camp, they lose that whole entire amount. And then because they're so burnt out, they just can't trade no more. They don't want to trade no more. Even if their job is paying them less, I've seen people completely quit. You know, and that's the saddest thing because if they had had the proper, you know, just steps, the proper rules and regulations they were assigning to themselves, they would have never had to deal with that. You know, making 10,000 in a day is insane. And that's how much some people were making. But again, the reality is you got to start slow. You can't make too much money right now. If you make a lot of money right now, I'm telling you, you're going to burn yourself out. Especially if you're not ready for that right now. And a lot of you are not. There's only a few select members who should be trading with a lot of capital right now. And who should be, you know, just trading a little bit more aggressively. There's only a few members. Everybody else should be, you know, just taking this a little bit more slower until I give you the green light. Not because I'm trying to act like a boss or somebody who has power, but because I want you to truly be good. That's it. Simple. The only thing I care about. As long as you're good, and I know you'll be fine by yourself if something goes against you, because I know I've ran you through enough tests. All we got to do at that point is just play the trend. Because remember, most of the time I have you guys playing against the trend. Whether it's for a little scalp play, whether it's for the whole entire day, we're always playing against the trend. Every single time. But that's the funny part, is that we can always spot the trend. So the fact that we can spot it, I want you all to have the realization that if we're always going against the trend, and we're always choosing the harder trades, what happens the day we start choosing the easy trades? Just like today's calls, right? What happens? And that's what I'm saying. It's like, you guys are going to start flipping your accounts so quickly. I don't even know if you recognize it. The trades that I'm giving you are really hard trades most of the time. With, you know, a couple easy ones here and there. Because I don't want you to just completely burn yourself out and lose all your money. That's not what I want here. But I want you to learn valuable lessons, which are going to allow you to scale your account to 10,000, 100K, a million. If you don't go through this process, if you don't do this, and you can't do it with a small account, meaning turn a $100 account to 1,000, 1,000 into 10K, I would never even think about $1 million in your life. Again, if you can't do that small little step, you don't need to start with a lot of money. A lot of these people that turned into millionaires, they all were lucky. They all started with 50K, 100K, even 10K. A lot of people start with 10K, and they don't recognize how lucky they are. A lot of people, they don't even have 10K. I didn't start with 10K. The only reason why I started with that money was because I was working nonstop at the age of 20 to 21. That's it. That was the only reason. If it wasn't for that, I would have never had the amount that I had in the beginning. And guess what? When I still hit that large number, you know what I said to myself? There's many people in the world who didn't even have the money that I have because they couldn't buy a car, they couldn't work, they couldn't save. And I realized that. That's why my accomplishment of getting to 100, 100K that first month, it was completely nothing to me. It didn't mean nothing because I started with 3K. Most people don't even start with $100. They got only $20 in their bank account right now. And their subscriptions are taking everything. They barely have anything to save. And that was the reality. So that's why now the way I teach people is to start from the absolute bottom and level up. Level by level by level, like a game. Because as long as you could do that, I know you'll be fine. By the time you get to that last, level 50, level 20, you're going to be making 20, 30, 40K a month. And that's all I want. I shouldn't be the only person making this amount of money. Especially when I don't even care for it. I know other people would use this money for a lot better goods, a lot better deeds. I know more people know how to help people that better than I could. And that's all I want. I don't want this to just die with me. So, yeah. That's all I care about is making sure you guys are operating at the same level, if not a better level. So if I give you guys consistent challenges and trials, eventually you know what's going to happen. You guys will be known as the best trading group in the world. Not saying you're not already, but we definitely got some work to do here. In terms of especially the motivation factor, we need you guys to have this deep-rooted level of motivation that nothing can kill. We need to see it happen. Because if you can't do that, you're going to take a single loss and you're going to cry for a whole week. Regardless if you're a man or female, it doesn't really matter. You take a big enough loss, I promise you, you're going to be sitting there at the dinner table empty. And that shit is not a nice feeling. In case you guys haven't felt that before. It's not fun. So, just don't take that route is what I'm saying. Take the easy route, which is to learn little by little. Don't put too much money into the market at one given point. Understand the difference between a scalp trade and some of my longer trades, right? Understand where you should be buying and where you should be selling before you start asking me. Have an idea before you ask me. Why? Because I'm going to play with your idea so that when you make your next idea, it's even better. Not saying you're incapable of doing that yourself, but I am more so specifically aiming towards you being capable of doing that. So that's my goal. Regardless if that's your goal, I'm going to start pushing you in that direction so that you can have this knowledge. And once you grasp it, you guys don't have to be in this Discord no more. It's more of a decision. If it's a decision and it's not forced, and it's not like $200 a month is, breaking your wallet because you're not making enough money, then all right, then we have a fun little conversation and a fun little group for the future. Because remember, all the money that's going to be going into this group is going to be going into the businesses we want to develop together, which is the prop firms, the schools. All the money I make with my accounts, that's all mine. But I want this one thing to be able to, kind of build itself, take care of itself. Because what happens if, something happens with my own money, right? My own accounts. Then I can't do nothing in terms of the growth or sustaining something. But if I have multiple different things that's causing something to exist to a certain level without needing to pour money from other stuff, that one concept, attribute, business can blossom so much more quicker. And that's all I want. Because a lot of people suffering. I don't know if you guys hear it when you're walking around your neighborhoods. The only thing I hear is a bunch of people who are stuck, suffering, trapped inside of a cage that they can't remove themselves in. Cries everywhere. All the smiles, they're all fake. You could feel their pain. And if there's not going to be somebody that tries to help somebody, eventually that pain is just going to remove them from this world, right? For some reason, every single time I talk to people, I am so glad that I could teach them how to trade. Because all it takes is me just giving them the right opportunity, being there for them, even if it's somebody who never traded before. And as long as they got a little bit of money and they go through my whole entire boot camp, I know I could change their life. And the fact that I walk around with that idea on my shoulders, yeah, of course, it makes me feel like I'm floating every day. But if I feel like that every day, why don't I try to make you guys also feel like that? If I consider you guys family and friends, right? I think that should be the goal. Not just teaching you how to be great, but every second and every ounce of greatness that I feel, I want to make sure that you guys feel every single little bit of it. Because again, it's not about the money. I'm telling you, it's not about the money. When you feel what I feel from helping people and hearing their cries of accomplishment or satisfaction because of the growth they've had, even if they're not at the level that they could be. The fact that every single time I talk to somebody, the only thing they could tell me, even if they're somebody who I've been at odds with, the one thing that every single person has told me is what? That I've helped change their life. And there's no amount of money in the world that makes me feel, greater than that. There's absolutely none. Even when I made 100K, it was fun. It was cool. I was like extremely, ecstatic about it. I remember I was like frozen like a vegetable for like 2 weeks after I saw how much money I made. Like I couldn't do nothing. I wasn't really going out. I was just staring at the money, wondering what I should do with it. And then I started going to the car dealers and it felt crazy. It felt like, what the hell? Like life finally became a miracle, Somehow. And yeah, I want you guys to feel the same shit. It's just you got to have challenges and goals. For example, when you start trading with your options account, you got to tell yourself, all right, step 1, maintain a break-even average. Do not go over that level of being at, a certain disadvantage. Meaning, scalp until you have a safe number. Throw it into a 5-day trade. Scalp, and just slowly build it up little by little. If the trade goes against you, it's perfect. It's fine. It's not a bad thing. I hate how everybody looks at their trades and a loss like it's a bad thing. When I take a loss, you guys understand how happy I get? because that's the quickest way for me to improve. I found it. It's right there. That's my next way I can improve. I can get better. I just track down every single way I can make a loss. And within a 5-day, range, 10-day range, that problem is not only fixed, but now we have it on our tool belt to help us, basically be at an advantage. Everything that takes us from being at that vantage point or advantage, right? We use it and basically make it so that it's now an advantage instead of being at a disadvantage. It's that simple, I kid you not. It takes a lot of thought and a lot of want, of course. That's why not everybody could do what we do here. Because I absolutely love this. It feels like a game. It feels like a puzzle. You know what I mean? And in the beginning, it didn't really feel like that. I kind of turned it into that. Which is why I want you guys to understand that you got to do the same things to some level. To some degree, you got to make this so that it's not just a normal stock market. You got to turn this into a game. You got to do the technicals, create your Tetris boxes, right, that we always talk about. And then once you get those done, it becomes a whole lot easier, I'm telling you. Now, do you need this stuff? Of course you don't. But can it help you? Why, most certainly, yes, it can. So again, everybody, just like we thought, you fell right back down to the same location that we bought the puts at. You're like right below it. So we're just going to give this a couple more seconds here and see if this could fall down just a slight bit more. But yeah, what were we talking about? We were talking about, using stuff to your advantage. Like, for example, where did the market fill the gap? And where did it fall? Kind of filled 3/4 of the gap, right? And then it kind of fell from that point, right? Especially if you put a box on the whole entire gap from last night. I mean, we could do that right now, I guess. Let's just do it so you can actually visually see it instead of me just talking out loud and stating it. So we'll put the box from there, from the top. And then we'll put this at the bottom down here. So again, the halfway point was right here. When I sold my calls earlier, it was basically at kind of like the quarter point. Then you hit the halfway point. So you just went straight through it, right? Once you hit the halfway point of the gap, you then started slowing down, as you could tell. Because look, you kind of slowed down by the quarter point, which is where I sold. And then the market slowed down around this point. This right here is active confirmation of us being able to understand the machine as the machine is moving. What I'm referring to is the buys and sells that are occurring throughout the markets in terms of the computers. It's all something you can predict. Many people can't get to that point, and the reason why is, again, they're not paying attention to wanting to get to that point. When I started trading, what did I want? I wanted to basically get to a point where I would always be consistent, repetitive, because every single body I used to show my trades to would always tell me, you just got lucky. You just got lucky. Bro, you're a kid. You don't know. I have 30 rows and 40 rows, and they just lose money all the time with stocks. You don't know. And it was so hard for me to explain this to people, that it's all just about technicals. Did I feel some type of way? I could care less about what they say. I never did in the first place, which is the exact reason why I got to this level, to begin with. Not this level that I'm currently at, but, at that point back then. So I realized that, and what I did was I basically created styles of trading where my ideas and my concepts that I would see visually but I wouldn't have on the screen was something that somebody else was able to use to an advantage, basically. So yeah, every single time people just talk shit, try to find a way where you can not make them shut up, but where you can explain it better, because that's basically a way where it's kind of like a loss when people talk shit. It's kind of the same thing. And if you pay attention to all those things they talk about and you improve something that has some type of similarities with what they just said, oftentimes you will actually grow at a ridiculous rate. That's kind of like what happened to me. So I know it can happen for you guys as well if you follow the same kind of protocol. Of course, it's harder to force yourself to do something. You kind of have to feel emotionally driven. But the first thing that can be your starting point is the realization that There's 18 and 20-year-olds that got lucky with crypto with one play. They're living life, of course. But they're going to have problems later on in life. That quick money is going to come back to bite them in the ass. Unless they have a proper, structure of parents, it's going to be very hard for people to get money to actually do something correct with it. I'm telling you. People can't build businesses and can't build wealth, not because they can't and they're not capable of it, but because they have no financial literacy. There's absolutely none. Like, for example, when I was stuck and I didn't know what to do and I didn't have that much capital, the first thing I did, I stopped smoking. I stopped everything. I canceled all my subscriptions. I made sure that there was no money going out. If you can't do that, you're just not at a point where you want to change your life. That's it. You just got to wait till you get to that point. Unless you really feel like you are at that point, then do it. Change it. Make it happen. If you can't, that means you're just lying. Just talking big words. And again, I would do that a lot. I would do that so often. It took me a while to be able to do that. And the only reason why I did that at that time was because it was either I do that or I become homeless. And honestly, I wasn't really trying to go down that path, Some people, it happens to them, unfortunately, and it sucks. But if I could figure out a way where I didn't have to go, deal with that, and I could just trade, and just get better and better and better, let's try to find how we could get into that type of a situation. And it worked. And now we're here, ladies and gentlemen. So in terms of everybody else who's starting from the beginning, the first thing I'm going to tell you is you can't put too much time into the market. Most people, they think that they need to put a lot of time into charts. No. You know how much time I was wasting trying to search up companies and CEOs and search them up on LinkedIn and websites and Twitter? And yes, it caused me to now know how to search up and how to analyze things. Of course, it taught me that. But at the time, I didn't need that. I didn't need to do that. If I would have prioritized options, if I would have prioritized creating technicals, like making a way so that my brain didn't have to think when I was trading. All right, we're about to sell it here, everybody. This basically, you're on my goal now. So again, we had to wait a little bit longer. You went up a little bit higher. But finally, you're at the goal now. You're at 677. Options are break even here because, again, you killed some value as you ran up to the top, which means the only way we could be profitable on these options is if you don't just hold at the midpoint, which is the easier trade, but if you fall straight down to the point where we sold our calls at. If you could fall down to this point down here, these trades should be up around 30 to 40%. So remember, we're going to write this down because for tomorrow, this is going to be very important. Buying puts right here at the top and averaging down here. We're not up there at the top, but we average down like right there. Your options are still down right now. So again, you're still down on the options. So for tomorrow, what we're going to do is around reversal point number 4 to 5, we're going to wait like 15, 20 minutes. And then instead of buying it when it first hits it, tomorrow we're going to buy it after like 15 to 30 minutes after it hits number 4 to 5. How does that sound, everybody? So that right there is an active skill that you need to start prioritizing. You need to start learning how to have that ability of being like, all right, I bought my option there. Now we got the move that I wanted. I was correct. The idea was perfect, but I'm still down. I'm not making no money right now. So am I going to, sit here and complain? No. What am I going to do? I'm going to see how I could use this for tomorrow as well as for the rest of the day today to basically make a better trade. And that's all. Excellent, John. Made $100, 100% right there on the puts. 682 puts. Excellent, John. So you made $400 on that? Which put did you buy? What in the world? Two strikes out? You just bought that put right now and you just sold it for $400 right now, 100%? Yesterday at 3:50 p.m. Let's go take a look at yesterday at 3:50 p.m. So you got that put yesterday. It was for a 680. Wow, John. Wow, look at this. How much did you spend on it? You spent you spent like 400 and something, right? $400, and you literally turned $400 into another 400. So what are you gonna do with that $400, John? Walk me through it. Now, do you need... Okay, so, John, remember, every time you make money, you want to withdraw a small amount of it. So, out of that $400 that you made today, tomorrow, how much are you going to basically withdraw is what I'm asking you. That should be the first thing that you say. Is withdraw, and then what's next after you withdraw? And tell me how much you withdraw, by the way. So out of $400, are you going to take out 50, 100, 80? Are you going to take out 200? What you feeling? What you feeling, John? By the way, we're going to have a new session every single day. It's going to be called the Problem Solving Hour, where, again, we're just going to be going over everybody's problems that they have with the market. What patterns are they committing to? Because I promise you, just us doing this for one day a week, we could do this every single day at first. But if we do this every single day, within the next 5 days, I'm just letting you guys know, it's going to be basically impossible for you to convince me that you shouldn't be at a crazy number. And the reason why I say that is because we're going to go over so much different patterns that people have. The only way you're actually going to memorize this stuff is if you take notes or watch the video back. So it'll be a short video. It'll be like 30 minutes. If anything, we'll chop it up into like 15-minute segments. Like 15 minutes, 30 minutes. So just in case if something crazy happens in this segment, I can show people. I can tell you, watch number 3 instead of number 2 first. Or watch number 4 instead of anything else. So I guess we could do something like that. But yeah, this is going to help you guys out a lot. I'm telling you guys. Literally, this is the last thing you guys need to be profitable. It's just to figure out what patterns you're committing and what patterns other people are committing. Because if you can learn from others' mistakes, it doesn't just make you extremely intelligent. It makes you basically a prodigy. Only the smartest people in the world can truly learn from another person's mistakes without having to go through it themselves. But the reality is, it's a skill you could learn. Because now I pretty much could learn from that. That's the reason why a lot of the stuff that I could do is basically controlled by what I know, right? So of course, if I'm trying to get a trade that's like 1,000%, how would you do that? It's going to be in a different way that you would get your 60% trade, your 100% trade, your 20% trade, right? Like if I'm trying to get 1,000%, I'm going to do something different. And it's when you start building that ability to understand what percent you want that day and how you're going to perfectly go about getting it, you can actually always start working on the move and working on the fly. And I think that's the most important thing for a trader, is to be able to work when everything is going in your direction and then going against you. Because I kid you not, sometimes, you know what I would do? You want to know what my dumbass would do? I would be buying puts at the perfect area. I'll show you what I would do here. We're going to go back to 2022. We're going to go on the 1 hour. Where's 22? So I will buy a put right here. My account will go up from 5K or 1,000, whatever I would have at the moment. I would go up, let's just say times 5 or times 10, right? Because I would always choose 5-day to shorter day puts. At least that's what I started doing in 2022, which was my first major mistake. I just started trading 0 days more. When I made the 100K, I never traded a single 0 day. So I was trying to get that money quicker. And the only way possibly was to trade 0 days. But my one problem was I could never stop trading 0 days. So over here, after the first massive loss, right? Where is it? This is 2023. Yeah, this is literally the same shit. Yeah, this is why I messed up down here. So I got a put play up here, right? It was a leap because this is 2023. So in 2022, that's when I was making the mistake of buying the 0 days. In 2023, I started going from 0 days back into the 5 to 10 day options. The only problem was I kept messing up. So I would be basically buying puts up here at the top, right? I would sell the put right here. I would then instantly buy into a call and full port. By the time it hit here, I was down 80%. Every single time. Whether it was 5K, 1,000, whether it was 3,000, 4,000, I would always buy too early. I would never average into the play like how I did over here, way over here, when I made the 100K. You know how much harder it was to trade this? So the fact that I went from trading a market that was harder and I made the 100K because literally this whole entire time right here, I was buying and calls and puts. So I started right here on the 4th and I was buying calls and puts the whole entire way with 5 to 10 day options. And by the time I went from here to up here, that account was already at around 10 to 11,000 just from SPY. At that point, I also started investing into Nvidia, Tesla, and Tesla was the main reason why I took whatever small amount I had around the 20th of October. So like you could say 2 weeks into that section of me turning the 3K into 100, out right here, I was probably out around like 17, 20. And then by the time I hit here, because of Tesla, I was already up around 60 to 80. And by the time I hit this top point over here, November 5th, I was pretty much at the peak. After November 5th, I started losing everything. I just didn't know how to play. I didn't know what it was. I don't know if it was the psychology. I don't know if it was my brain. I don't know what I was thinking, honestly. But I basically just threw in all my money into the calls for February. And as you could tell, in February, you're basically about $30 lower. So every single play across the market, everything was down 90%, 80%, and I was getting shredded. So that's the reason why I was trying to rush it and play those 0 days. You should be able to hear me. Anybody else hear me? You might have to change your settings. Yeah, it might be just your settings, Hoover. Or you might have my volume down. But so again, around this whole entire process of 2022, I was just making stupid ass mistakes. I would buy a 20-day, a 30-day. I would sell it early. It wouldn't work out. Why? Because all the profit I would make from that 20 to 30-day play, I would throw it back into the market and lose it because I basically didn't average down or average into my play. So in 2023, I started changing that situation up a little bit. I started being able to actually tell, all right, the market's falling here, it's holding here. This is where I should buy a 5-day. This is where I should buy a 10-day. So at this point, it took me around 2 years to get to this point. Just to get to the point where I was able to finally, not be hard-headed and start looking at the patterns I was making. And every single time I used to realize I was able to predict the market, I just never had enough time. So right here, what I did was I bought calls, but I made another mistake. The mistake that I made down here when I bought the calls was the market fell out the sky and my dumbass full ported again. So when I full ported, down here I was down about like 30 to like 40% because this is like a $20 drop. So I was down a lot. My options, there were a couple strikes. So the first options that I had was just for right here, just to start breaking out like a slight bit. The second group of options I had was for 520, which was up here. And I think the last set was like right around, I think it was like 540. It's like right around like 540. This was the furthest set I had. I bought all three of those sets the same time. When you fell down here, when you ran up here, I sold everything. I said, I'm not going to deal with this. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to risk it. I'm just going to sell out and I'll buy the puts again at another time, or the calls again at another time. And that was the last time you ever hit those levels. And then I started teaching right around here. After that last mistake, I basically started learning from every single mistake properly. So yeah, it was around like 2023. And this was around the same time I was also making supply and demand zones. Like right around, literally everything started changing right around this point here. As soon as I came back from Japan in 2023, everything started changing for me. I started taking this way more serious. And then from here to here, I already created the trading style, the supply and demand zones. I perfected it. From up here to down here, we hadn't created no new trading styles at all. And then I started realizing something funny. I started creating the parallel channel trading style, which is these lines right here. It's kind of like you're making a wedge almost. And then the second you started hitting this here, you basically, just ran straight up higher. So over here on the left side or on the right side, I didn't realize this in a moment, but you guys want to see something cool? This is the first time I ever used this trading style. Watch this. I'm telling you, watch this. You're going to be so weirded out by this. And once I saw this, it was around the same time I started teaching, which was one of the things that I started expanding upon when I first started teaching. If I take this line at this angle, it's 26 degrees. And I basically put this to the right side here. The first thing you're going to realize is the market, when it fell down the next time, was literally following that degree. As you all can see, it wasn't perfect towards the end, right? But it's a nice top, bottom, quarter point, bottom, top, higher. So I started realizing that using past trends will help you with future trends. And then I started being like, wait a second, why have I never looked at the data from the left side? What if there's a line that literally touches this bottom down here? And yep, I found it. And then when I found that, I was like, wait a second, what if there's a line that touched up here from the past? And I found it. So when you were like down here, I was making all those trading styles. It's just you were stuck in the middle, so I couldn't really test them yet. And I'm sure now you guys could tell. Now that we're way out of those zones and like out of those areas, since I've been able to test everything, it's kind of like giving me the absolute confidence. Like it's giving me the yes or no answer as to, is this stuff helping and can we use this to profit? These simple but funny, pattern type of ideas. Is this something that's useful? And my answer is, after all this testing up here, from me overlaying it and doing it down here, because that's how far I did it ago. Like that's how long ago I did it. I would say yes. In fact, with what we did, I feel like a lot of people in this world would not do it. They wouldn't care to go as far as we did because they just didn't want it. And we wanted it. I wanted this more than anything. Let me tell y'all. I'm not born into money. I've always wanted to have a little, nice stack of capital or cash, be able to go on a vacation. My friend is suffering and, you know what I mean? He doesn't want to work at his job no more. Give him like 20, 30K. Give him an opportunity. You know what I mean? Like just be able to have that ability. I always wanted to be at that point. And the fact that I'm here at this level now, but it's kind of like I'm just here at this level. And I've made sure not to go further because, again, I want people to be around me. I want you guys to be around me. I don't want to go too far and then it's boring because I already experienced everything. I already experienced the vacations. I already experienced the different areas, different, things. My first interpretation of stuff is what I'm trying to say is already made. And I'd much rather have something and experience something for the first time if it's with you guys. That's what makes it fun. It's going to make the situation, environment, the thing we're looking at, the thing we're seeing, the thing we're buying, the thing we're investing in, the thing we're building, it's going to make it 1,000 times more fun. And I know it. So, yeah, I'm telling you guys. So, again, the first thing we want to do here is we want to start changing the way we go about predicting future markets, as well as the way we go about talking to people about markets, right? Meaning the confidence in terms of how you talk about your trades, I want you to be very honest with it. If there's ever somebody you're talking to and you're trying to act like you know what you're doing, I'm telling you guys, I know so many people who are 30, 40, 20, my age. They try to act like they know what they're doing. And you know what that causes? That causes their friends and the people around them to, just basically act like what they're doing is normal. And what they know is, that's it. Like, that's the peak. Because that's all they've ever known. I don't blame them for that. The problem is, they just talk out the side of their neck and they don't really want to improve. They're not here day and night. They're not here 24/7. They're not here at the moments where there's nobody else here. Like, for example, last night, I don't think there was much of you in that group chat. And that's not your fault because everybody has a life. I'm not blaming you for that. But what I'm trying to say is, if you guys really want to take this to the next level, you're going to have to, unfortunately, stop doing certain things. You're going to have to prioritize certain things and put a lot of time into something because that's the only way things are going to change for you. Doing stuff slowly is not going to cause enough of an impact because you're going to self-sabotage like we all do. We all are our greatest enemies. I thought we talked about that. It's not just a one-time talk. You're still going to do it. I still do it to myself. So if I still do it to myself, even though I'm at this level of knowledge and ability in terms of trading, and I still do that to myself, of course there's definitely people who are not at the same level who are doing this to themselves. And that's basically the only thing that's going to kill you. You do not want to overstimulate yourself. You do not want to make a mistake that's too grave. And you want to make sure you're always asking for help. It's not, bad to ask for help. You can't be too prideful. And please start opening up your eyes. I'm not saying nobody is, but what I'm trying to say is everybody open up your eyes. The stuff that I've said now is the same stuff that I've said since 2024. I've had some people tell me that it takes them months for them to realize something I've said or done or taught them. But it's just because they haven't been doing notes. That's the only reason why. If you do your notes, everything I say, you'll remember it because you've taken a note on it. Whenever you write stuff down and you do it on your phone, you do it on the Discord, you're always going to have the ability to check back on that note and remember it because you did it yourself. So yeah, again, a lot of you that I've taught, I've shown you stuff and it's so high level that it goes right over your head. And I apologize for that because it's my, failure of not being able to explain it properly where it can't go over your head. And it's hard. It's very hard. I do blame myself for that. But try to just open up your perspective a second. Try to see what we're truly doing here. The fact that the first play that we got into went up as much as it did. The fact that the second play that we got into had potential. The fact that the third play still had potential. Of course, we bought it a little bit later. But it's just the idea that all these things that we are doing specifically all have the potential and an opportunity for you to profit. And the fact that that's the case, it kind of proves the idea where we were referring to a market having about 100 entries throughout the day, right? You have like 50 to 60, 20% entries. You have, let's just say 5, 100% entries. You have 2, 1000% entries. And this happens every day. And this is the act of entering and trading all those different entries. You see what I'm saying? Okay, so the next thing I think we should do here is let's go ahead and start to bring up the futures charts again. Because remember, we were playing futures yesterday, pretty much all day yesterday. The Top Step account, we finished it. So for Top Step, all we have to do now is pay the activation fee. By the way, Slug, congratulations, Slug. I'm so happy that when I posted mine, I was just like, you showed me that picture. I was like, come on now. I had a feeling. Bro, I thought that since you weren't trading yesterday, something happened. Yeah.
After working on it, stressing out over it, wanting it so bad, and then just being like, okay, I need to give myself a second to enjoy this win so that way I can get ready for the week. Because I wanna activate it probably tomorrow night. I was thinking activating it tomorrow night. Uh, Monday I just did the Weeble 5 day. I did an option from I think it was Friday or whatever. So I got a 681 put, and then I got some profit from it real quick from that 5 day. I was like, okay, happy. So I just sold that, and I was just like, I'm just gonna. I want to do the Ninja Trader, and then that one didn't work out for me. I was up like 200, and
Yeah.
then I flipped and then I was down 100. And I was like, nah. And I wasn't even doing that since the beginning of the day. Because those people they stacked like three G's, and I was like, we could have done that easy if I was started like at the beginning. So I was like, okay, that's got to be noted for myself. And then and then I was looking at my 7 day option yesterday. I didn't buy it quick enough because I didn't look at the time. I was looking at it at 3:10. I was like, okay, I want this 681 put, and then
Yeah.
I was gonna spend 360 on it, and then I was like, should I? I was like, I should. I was like, because we didn't get above the high of 685, and then we still didn't even get above what like we stayed at 683 and we dropped some more. So I was
Yeah.
like, it's put time. And I was gonna do what John did and double my account, but then I just got frustrated and I was like, no, no, I pick up my kids at 3, so I'm always just sitting in the line looking at the options for the next day because
Right.
I was like, I could have doubled my account. I was like, all right, tomorrow, today, I was like, I'm gonna double my account. I need to find the right 5 day. I'm gonna scope it out because I have to wait for Thursday to get my free margins back. So I'm just like, I'm just gonna keep doubling my account if I can't day trade. It's the best way. And then get my chart ready for futures. Just get the shit going for futures. Get it ready for the week.
Mm-hmm.
So prioritizing before I start trading, making sure we have the proper outline for trading because
Yeah.
I don't want to lose. All I want to do is double, double, double because I want to be at least at 5K, not if not greater. Be at 15, 20K. I'm thinking big. I'm not thinking little no more. Now I'm like, we got to double everything. We got mission. We got a mission. We got shit we want to do. So
Correct.
we got to set up the structure. We got to make sure everything's right before I start jumping into bed with any of these options. Got to make sure everything's properly planned out. I already got my monthly. I have my monthly for the SPY. So now I was like, and then I broke it down a little bit more inside of that monthly. And then I'm like, okay, so since I have the monthly charted out, now I got to start zooming in for the weekly and then the bi-weekly. So that way I'm able to chart or well, trade for the like next 2 weeks, not having to spend so much time only making adjustments. And then I want to remake my reversal chart so that way I can. I love that chart. I miss that chart. I've just been too into the DARPs. It's so much fun with the DARPs, all the quota points, the 1/8 points. It always just matches up so beautifully. So it's just got a little bit of things to do before I start jumping into bed.
Right.
So that way I make sure I'm not losing. I'm not gonna lose it. This part of the year. All I want to do is start stacking chips. Stack, stack, stack. But before, again, got to make sure I have my plan all set.
Right.
Proper planning, more money. No planning, I'm gonna be crying in my hands.
No, yeah, definitely, bro. But it's something you said there was very important. I think I want to kind of pry upon that a little bit more. You said that
So
just what John did last night was enough to double his account. Now, how much of a move was that?
yes,
That was around an $8 move, right?
right.
So it was an $8 move, and it was equivalent to a double. That's the reality. Normally, a market that's moving only $5 to $3 will give you a double, but because we've been moving so viciously the last couple of days, it's kind of like you need a little bit more of a move in order to sustain that same profit, right?
Yeah,
You just need to
yeah,
do a little bit more than necessary. Now, the reality is that when you fell from the top 689 and you fell down that same day, that was $7, which means
right.
that's around, what's necessary for you to double your account. So whether or not you had
Yes.
bought puts up here, over here, you would have basically went up around 60% to 100% here, here, and over here. That's 3 different trades. So within the course of just Wednesday of last week to Tuesday, which is today. So how much days is that in total? That's 1, 2, 3, 4. In terms of just 5 days, you would have had 2 doubles. That's literally exactly what I told everybody when I first started teaching, right?
Last week I only had $100. This week I have 400, and I would have taken the 400 to 800 this morning, and that was just from Thursday to Tuesday.
Literally,
I would have done that. I would have done 800 at least, but I didn't pay attention to the time. Which again, I got a note for myself: pay attention to the fucking time for tomorrow, which is today. So that's what I'm going to be looking to do again: double my account. Even if I don't get double, 50% makes me happy. Even if I get 25% happy, profit, because it's quicker to having that financial freedom.
Exactly.
And then
bro.
I can make more trades. And then I can make more long 5 days, and then do some other day trades. See, this is where I'm like, okay, with this margin account, which is what I was doing with my Mumu, but I'm trying it with the Weeble right now, and there's less of the spread. You only got five down and 5 up. So I'm like, okay, I want to make sure I have enough capital. I want to make sure I have enough capital to make sure that I can turn those day trades into like double, triple, and then for my long trades, I just want at least 50%, if not more. So by the time I'm looking at my account, I'm like, holy moly! You treat every trade special. You treat every trade like a winning trade. You treat every trade like it's the best trade. No problem doubling my account. It's funner. It's even more fun than starting out with 1,000. To see you go from 100 to 200 to last week. We made a couple trades Thursday, Friday. I took from 100 to 400, and then if I would have just made one more, boom, would have been doubled 800, if not 900 today. Because I was picking the 81, and I was like, man, when I saw the 79, it was like at 600, 700. It was like 688, and I was like, bro, I would have been ecstatic, pumped. Even if it was just like, ooh, spend a little bit more money, make that little bit more money. But you're picking the path, the direction.
Exactly. Yeah. Like for instance, that area right there was not really a decent area to get a put at. Truthfully.
I know.
So in terms of yesterday's close, the fact that you turned $100 to 400 by Friday. Nah, yeah, that's insanely impressive, bro. But what I want you to do next is not just stop right there, because a lot of people, they tend to have problems around that area of 400 to 600. All you want to do now is just slowly try to grow that 400, just like how you did with the other trades, with the leaps, into around like 1,000 by, you could say, the end of this week. You could say, but let's just say like you were trading up here and you had 1,000, right? That 1,000 would have became near around 1,800, 2,000. Let's say you traded again into another 5 day, the second you ran up here towards the tops, right? And because you were worried that this was not gonna, fall down, this is gonna go up higher. Let's just say you only decided to put around 400 in. That 400 would have almost doubled down here to around, 700 to 800. So now with 1,800 plus 800, you're at 2,600. If you get into another put right up here at the top because you feel like, yes, this thing might just fall down to the same lows again, if not go lower, well, then prioritize buying those puts at the highs. That's the only thing you have to do, just like Friday.
So that's what the futures was showing me. Because you know how we're going boom, 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 point to point. Like I was drawing the lines. I'm like, okay, this is the resistance. This is where we did the jump off from. This is where we keep falling from. So every time I see it hit that one point, I'm like, it's good to get a short right here. And then every time I see it hit the other reverse point, I'm like, okay, time to get a call. And so that's exactly what you're showing me. And I'm just like, exactly. Like, again, because we have the king's points, we have the highs and the lows. If I didn't chart it out, I wouldn't be seeing the path. If I didn't make my lines, the trend lines for the consolidation, the upside, the downside, I wouldn't have had an inkling of a thought of possibly dropping like today. Planning. It's all with going through the chart.
Yeah, literally. Like, I want to show you guys this right here. Like, in terms of just what you said, Slug. I completely agree with you. However, I want you to stop saying one thing. I want you to stop saying
Yes,
you
sir.
could have made a certain amount, because that's always going to be the reality. Instead, what I want you to do, and I was waiting to see if you were going to say it, but figure out what was the reason why you didn't get into puts. Whenever there's a move that goes your way and you're just like, damn, I could have gotten into a trade and done this and this and this. The first thing I tell myself is, all right, what pattern could I have paid attention to prior, which would have allowed me to actually profit with those puts?
I was thinking about the past 2 weeks where we
Mm-hmm.
had dropped.
Yeah.
Every time we dropped and we had a nice little down day, we had recovered the rest of the time. So
Yeah.
that's where I was hesitant
I mean,
about
what like
buying
for a
the
Monday
put.
or Friday?
Yeah, you know how okay. That's what I was seeing though, is that it was the later part of the week where we were having the drops. And so I was like, I was just thinking, is it going to be that kind of a V? Is it going to reverse from that low back to a high again? Back to see, I was wondering,
Yeah.
will we hit 685 today? Will we even hit 683 today?
Yeah.
And so that's where I was hesitant about wanting to commit, because it was my whole account, putting the 360 in. It didn't bother me put the 360 in. I just wanted to make sure that I was right. And so that's why I waited up until the last moment, and I was like, I'm just gonna test it. I'm just gonna see for myself. Instead of being regretful, I'm just gonna go ahead and test it, because tomorrow's another day. If I'm correct, then I'm happy. It's a win for me in my book. Then I can say and analyze and know, okay, yesterday we hit that low, and what did we do? We went down even lower. We gapped down now. And so that signifies a possible changing of a trend for me. Are we going to continue to get down lower? Then I'll be happy to buy another put today and be like, okay, then, we're going to be looking at a different, because then I'm going to be looking at 675, 670, was it 659 after 675, 666. Those are the numbers I'm looking to the downside. And so I'm okay with I didn't do it yesterday, because I wanted to see what exactly it is that we're gonna do, because every day is a different day where we can make a bunch of money. And if I don't feel good about making that trade, then I'm not gonna force myself to make that trade anymore. Because before it would be like, oh man, I could do this, I could do that. Like you hear the I could, but I don't want to be that person anymore that just goes, oh shit, I should not have done that. But it's like, why shouldn't you have done that? You wanted to, you saw it, you thought it was good, then you pull the trigger. If you feel any hesitation about it whatsoever, don't pull the trigger. Make sure that it's right. That's the way I look at
But
it now, 'cause
sometimes it's really hard to make sure something's right without you having done it before. So what I like to do in those scenarios is, instead of putting the whole entire account, what I would do is I would just buy something for $30. Let's go check something for 30 from yesterday. So if you bought like on Friday, right? So you would have bought a 0 day on Friday puts. What was the low we hit? We had 6. Shit, I'm looking at NASDAQ.
See, that's where I was like, okay,
Let me see.
if I'm doing the long play, I'm gonna get a 5-day, and because I'm playing with the margin, so it only gives you 3. So every time we do the plays together, I'm looking at those to buy those cheaper. But sometimes, again, it's gonna cost a little bit more, because I've only got the 5 spread up and down. Like on the Mumu,
Yeah.
I'm able to get it for way cheaper. I could buy like 5 contracts for $25, 5 contracts for $50, and have a better opportunity. This Weeble is making it a more of a challenge, which I kind of hate to say it, but I kind of liking it. It's making me feel it. It's making me feel the thrill of the game again.
Right.
It's a little bit harder.
For example, like if you look at these puts here, right? For the puts, a couple puts out. These were $15 yesterday, and this morning they ran to around 220 each. So these went up 1,000%. Just because you fell down $8. So again, with John's contracts, he doubled his account. I'm assuming he doubled his account because John, do you have a contract a little bit further out? You have for 11/11. That's why, yeah. So if you would have got something a little bit shorter, that means what John did was proper because he got enough time.
Right.
So like that's how you want to play those contracts where
Right.
you either have 10 days, 12 days of time because you think it's might not work out in your favor, but you just want to have money on the board, or you get something stupid cheap,
Yeah.
which
So I was looking
expires
at
that
a
same
7.
day.
I was looking at a 7-day. I couldn't decide between the 4-day and the 7-day yesterday. That's what I was looking at in the
Yeah.
at close. Because I didn't want to have enough, not have enough time, but I only had a limited amount of capital, and so I saw the 4-day and the 7-day as the most proper. And I was looking at between 381 and 379.
Right? 381,
So they were kind
379.
of, yeah. So those were expensive, but that's where I was just like, let me test my theory, let me test my idea.
But remember, Slug, what did we say a couple days ago when SPY was at the high? What number did we say SPY was going to fall down to up there?
From the 688.
Yeah.
Well,
We started buying them at 686.
Oh, okay. The long place.
No, the puts.
Yeah. The longer puts, right?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
So what number did I tell everybody it was going to fall down to? Because I see how what you're saying and all the words that you're basically referring to, I could see how there needs to be another correlation made with the trends here. Because your ideas are completely correct. Staying away from the options at the end of the day Friday was completely correct. But I want to build upon that extra direction where it's kind of like, all right, if you don't know what the next direction is, where's the next 2-3 directions, right? Like what is needed for this market to really move up or down? And usually it's the same thing every time. Just like how right now, how it's holding. Same reason why I think it might fall down to 667. It's because every single time you tend to get above like a 4 or a 6, when you fall down, like for example, I could show you last year, right? Let's go back to last year because that's when I first started noticing this pattern. Whenever you would run up, you would always hit like a 5 or a 6 or a 4, somewhere around there. And when you would fall down, it would always hit either like the dollar right before or right below 6, like a 7. So it would hit like basically a 8 to like a 5. Because it's like a dollar above 7 or a dollar below 7. So I know 5 is $2 below, but with 6 being a very important level, it's kind of like you got to count the next what's called number after it. And the reason why is because it's a range. So sometimes it will hit an 8 and run up higher. When we first traded this idea, it was right here. We played the puts from 580, 584, 585, and we played the puts going right back down to 570. What, everybody? 578 to 577. And when you fell down this day, you fell down perfectly to 578. The next thing we told everybody to do here was play calls to the middle of where you just fell from. The next day, you ended up running perfectly to the middle. Next thing we told everybody to do is wait because you were at the middle. When you ran to the top, we told everybody puts at the top. From right here to right here to right down here, just this one section of time in history, we perfectly predicted the uptrend, the first drop, the consolidation and the break of the wedge throughout it, as well as the next drop going lower, so that we could play going higher. The fact that you're able to do that at one time, one point in history, it tells you one thing. If at the next high you don't do the same thing, you're starting to go backwards in terms of performance. So for the next week, right, Slug? The one thing I want you to test yourself with is try to get into entries and at that middle point, like this middle point right here. Regardless of what direction it is, regardless if it's paper trading or it's your real account, if you feel like you shouldn't get into something with your real account, paper account, always.
Okay.
That way, it's like even if you missed the move, technically, you didn't miss the move. Because I was going to tell you, if you thought that puts was a good idea, like let's just say you were 80%, 60% more on the put side than the call side last night.
Yes.
I would tell yourself that you should feel accomplished by that. You know?
Okay.
And then for the next couple times, yeah, bro, just smash it out the park. It's just
All right.
one little learning lesson, bro. I'm happy about your
Yes.
performance.
I gotta.
Don't get that wrong. I'm
I
still
gotta.
very happy, bro.
I gotta always refer to my checklist. That's
Correct.
those special numbers 1489.
Correct. And
Yes.
6 is now one of
Okay.
them. So it's 1, 4,
Okay.
6, 8, 9.
Okay. I will add that to my arsenal, and
There we
then
go.
see the checklist is so special to me.
Yeah, I think I had to add. I think I
There's
added it to the checklist. I think I updated it, but I might have to update it again because
okay.
that checklist was made in July, I think. So there's definitely a couple things we can add to it. But it's just so crazy how you perfectly fell down to that low down here. You perfectly hit 674, which was the other box, and then you perfectly ran to the 1/8 point, ran all the way up here to the 1/16 point. You fell down to the previous. This is the old box. This is not the newer box. So the newer box that we made from the highs of the 28th, they're not working as perfectly as the box made from the 10th, which is, or no, from the high to the low. So from the 8th to the 10th, that box is actually, it has more patterns and more usable entries than this box does, honestly. This newer box. So that's something we had to pay attention to. There's definitely a change in directions here. And Sug, the one thing you should also pay attention to is the fact that you said Monday and Tuesday usually hold and they don't crash. Usually it's towards the end of the week. So if that's happening, the first thing you do is what I was doing when you were talking in the background there. You basically go back into history and you try to find all the times where you've done this. And that's basically what I did in the background there. And I think I found them all. I just have no idea what chart I was working on a couple seconds ago. What chart was I on? I think it was the float. It should have been the float chart. This one. Let me see. I had some big ass circles on it. Oh, was it the futures charts? It might have been those. Yeah, it was those. So on NASDAQ, again, we just predicted a crazy trend right now. I don't know if you guys saw that, but I'll show you right now in a second. Over here, this is the last time you fell on Tuesday. You see this peak right here? It's Wednesday. It's the same situation we have right now. Wednesday was the high of 688. Currently, today's Tuesday. And over here, you crashed on a Tuesday. Right?
Ooh.
You went towards a specific low. The next thing you want to do is look at how it ran up here. What days did it choose to run up on? What day of the week? In terms of Monday through Friday. Then what day of the week in terms of, like, what day of the month? Like 1 through 7. And then over here, you did the same thing. Monday was it was not a trading day. But on Tuesday, you fell down, and the rest of the week, you ran up higher. The one thing I want you to pay attention to is when this was happening, the last time this happened was the beginning of September. It's currently the beginning of November. I think that they finally dropped the market at the end of the week, or the end of the month, purposefully, so that the beginning of November was at a low. So that as you're running up in November the first week, because it's already the 5th. No, it's already the 4th. So, and think about it, we're not at a high. So this is perfect, in my opinion. Yeah, this is literally perfect. You were falling on the 3rd. Currently, right now, you're falling on the 4th. You're either going to hold on the 5th. So tomorrow, we're probably going to buy calls. I'm thinking you're going to go lower. How much of the puts that we bought earlier? I completely forgot about those.
The 127, the ones for 686
677.
or 676. Oh, 677.
Basically
Those
down at the
were,
same level.
weren't they like one something?
Yeah, 100 flat. They're at 70 still. So literally just milking its value here. Now, again, you're looking at the NASDAQ. This is not the SPY. You know what's so crazy, everybody? Yesterday was the challenge, right? So yesterday was, when we had the paper account challenge or the competition challenge. Now, it's kind of funny because where you were at yesterday on that challenge, because remember, we started to review the challenge. We got to the top 20. And then we pretty much just stayed top 20 the whole entire time. So we did basically win money. This is the first time we ever won money. But what happened yesterday was you were stuck in the middle. You were at a very terrible location. Very terrible. So the fact that we predicted the puts going from the top to this low, which was just the bottom of the trend here, was perfect. Today, what are you doing? You're at the midpoint. So now at this current level, what I did was I told everybody yesterday, if the market's very quick and it falls, this is no man's land. So as you can all tell, yesterday you were basically in no man's land, which is just scalp trades, the whole entirety of yesterday. Until you hit the bottom, then you hit our buying point, which isn't that insane? You hit the selling point perfectly yesterday. You hit the buying point perfectly yesterday. You ran up to no man's land perfectly, and you fell from it with a perfect, opportunity for a scalp. It was literally just perfect. Now, where are we currently at, everybody? Did this work today again? And the answer is yes. The fact that it worked 2 days in a row, now I'm intrigued. Now I want to trade the NASDAQ. Because now I'm just like, all right, 2 of my ideas that I didn't get into, but that I wrote, was correct. It's probably going to happen again, if you really think about it. As well as, I'm sure you could tell, but this is incomplete. I'm missing some buying points. It's just some of them are here. And it was just because I wanted to actually update it during the day if we actually, fell out the sky or ran up higher. So I just kept the more extreme one down here. And as you can all see, if I would have basically took this and put this here, you tell me if that would have worked out as well. And the answer is yes. You would have been down for a second, but the answer is yes. So that's like 3 trades you could say that worked out immaculately, right? Even if you don't count this one over here from yesterday, because we didn't really get into nothing down here. But we got the trades up here, of course, and then we got the calls down here this morning. But yesterday we didn't really get the calls perfectly at the bottom. We more so bought them in the middle. So I'm just going to count this as 1, 2, 3 perfect ideas. Because one of them we failed, right? So now if this market runs up higher, because you fell down to here, what's the equal reaction, everybody? When you're slightly below this orange box down here, the equal reaction is to be slightly above it. So that means when the market falls down the next time, the NASDAQ's going to be at 26,756. Why do I know that? Because that's currently where you held pre-market this morning. So just because I saw something today, I know what's going to happen in 2 weeks. And that's where I'm going to play my puts. That's where I'm going to play the downside. So, yeah, because we're starting to trade futures more now, I was looking at the prop account, and it's kind of funny you said that you were going to turn yours on tomorrow night, Slug, because that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Oh, yeah.
So it's kind of funny. It's like perfect timing. But once we turn these prop accounts on, I'm just letting you guys know, I'm going to be trying to turn this prop account into $1 million. That's the only thing I care about.
The only way.
That's the only way it's going to make it fun. Anything else is mundane, it's boring, it's not worth my time. And again, not because that money is not good for me, not because it's not good enough for me, but because I don't view money the same. You understand? The only thing that I view is the challenge. The
game,
journey.
baby. Let's take on the world.
I'm telling ya.
For fun.
For fun. Hell yeah, brother. There's so much we have to do here. So much people we can help. So much lives we could change. And the fact that that's our vantage point of where we're working from, I feel like, yeah, everything's going to go our way, everybody. The universe loves when people are, motivated. It throws you an extra cookie sometimes.
I got a cookie jar.
I'm telling ya. Let's go check the reversal points real quick. Let's see what this market is doing. So again, you hit number 5. You didn't hit the 200 moving average, which was exactly what we told everybody the market was going to do in the morning. The fact that you followed suit and you didn't hit the 200 moving average, I'm very happy about that. Even though the trade is not going perfectly our way right now, the fact that that occurred exactly how we wanted it to occur, when we couldn't even average down that last time right there, that's everything, It adds to the confluence, it adds to the direction, and it adds to what you're going to be doing for tomorrow. Because the fact that your ideas are working today, if you just, fix them up a little bit, accounting for today, they're going to most certainly work tomorrow. That's the reality of it. You don't have to overthink that. That's also another problem a lot of traders have is they overthink it. They think that what they did was not good enough or that they got lucky or something like that. If something worked and you got a percentage one way somehow, you could do it again. That's the reality. It's kind of like unlocking a hidden video game character, right? The second you actually see the character in the game is usually when you unlock them. If not, you have to like fight them, and then you get the ability to like choose their character. If it's like a fighting game or something, right? Stuff like that, literally. There are unlocked characters. There are locked characters that are currently available that you guys have no idea are there. And until you start unlocking more locked character or, locked characters, you're not going to realize what the 5th, 10th, 100th locked character looks like or what they are, or what they could do. So you need to slowly start unlocking these characters. And again, these characters, I'm using it as an analogy for your trades. You got to start trading in different fashions, different ways with your paper accounts so that you could teach yourself what you can do for your real account, because you most certainly have no idea. Why? Because again, you haven't done that yet. You haven't been through that process. I was there too. But I can show you exactly how to go through that process so that you can fix that one little attribute of your trades, which takes you by far to the next level. It takes you to the sky, let me tell you. Okay, so our trade is now break even again. You perfectly hit number 4, ran up to number 5, fell down to number 2, which was exactly what we were looking for in the morning. We were just looking for a drop to number 2. But since this is consolidating in this fashion, I think that you're going to stop at 1.5, if not number 1. And then we're going to buy some calls for the upside. We just got to be careful because you have a large gap to the downside as well. Right? Well, I mean, it's not that large. It's a little bit smaller than what we have to the top side. A lot of people say that when you fill pre-market gaps, like for example, that pre-market move to the downside that was below our low, most people don't count that as a gap. But I'm telling you guys, you got to start counting that as a gap. Those are also gaps as well. So number 2 to 3 to the bottom down there, that's a large gap. Which is also one of the reasons why we bought puts at number 3, was for the potential opportunity for you to fill the gap to the bottom fully, hit number 3 down there, and then potentially run up to number 1, or like something in between, Because what we're trying to do here is we're trying to make the trading a whole lot simpler. We're trying to make this so that it's all robotic and it's all basically brainless. Because we need our brain to be able to work in the moment with the 0 days. I can't be focusing on the bigger plays for next week and 2 weeks from now if my brain is completely focused on the 0 days. So again, that's it. That's all you're thinking right now. It perfectly hit that, perfectly did that. I know this could perfectly fall down to number, 3, which is 674. If we fall down $3 right now, my options are going to be $2 in the money, which means that this current option, which cost $95, is going to go up to at least, just look at what's 2 strikes above. So what's 2 strikes above, it's 679, and those currently cost 190. So if we do fall down to 674, the options that we have right now, which cost 95, they're probably going to be at like 170 to like maybe 200, depending on how fast you do it. It's either going to be a little bit less or a little bit more than what a current option is valued at, which is like where you think the market's going to fall to. So what I'm trying to say here is, if you think the market's going to do a $3 move and your option goes up, 3 strikes, like 1 strike, then you move up another dollar, then it moves up another strike, and then you move up the $3, then it starts consolidating and slowing down, but you move that 3rd strike, your options would go up to the price of the option that's currently at that level right now. So now I explained it. Now let me actually show you. So what I'm trying to say is, do you see how this 677 option right now is currently $80? 1, that's $1. 2, that's $2. So if the SPY run or falls down another $2 here, this option that costs $80 is literally going to be costing around this price here. So a little bit less or a little bit more. That's it. That's how you know what option you're trying to play. So first you figure out what backbone you're trying to use. Meaning, first you figure out what trading style you're trying to use. After you figure out what trading style you're trying to use, let's just say specifically we're using reversal points in this scenario. If you're at 680 and you're at number 5 on the reversal points, Number 2 is at 677.53. So at 680, if you go into the puts and you look at 677, these puts over here around let me see, what time was this? This was 10:45. So around 10:45 at the tippity top, these puts were around $40. They then ran from $40 all the way up to $100. So the puts that I bought right here, they already doubled up 100%, and they're doing it again. So what you want to think about is, if a put could go up 100%, just like that, how did it do it? And how could you found something like this? Well, the answer is you just gotta hunt an option that's cheaper. So like, for example, if you buy a 676 put right now for $48 and the market falls down $3, let's say, this option is going to be worth 68 with just $1, 99 with $2, and with $3 of a move, it's going to be up around 145. So again, goes 1, 2, 3. And normally every single day the SPY only moves like 3 strikes in one direction, and then it'll slow down, and then it'll do something stupid and move like $5 in one direction, give you like a 3,000%, 2,000% win, and then it would slow down again, and you're only getting like 20, 30, 40%. Because going from $70 to $100, that's only one strike price. That's about 20%. That's why I'm telling everybody, normally a market consolidates around 50 cents to $1. So even if you're wrong and you have no idea what you're doing, if you just literally wait to buy at the proper time, which is one of these reversal points, you can basically always mitigate the amount of money that you could, 1, lose, and 2, you can maximize the amount of money you can make, right? So you can mitigate the losses and maximize your profit because you're specifically waiting for it to hit this reversal point, and then you're buying a strike price which is relatively close. Does everybody see what I'm saying now? That's why it's robotic. I use this formula for every single trading style on my screen here. So every single one of these trading styles that you see me use every day, as you can see, look at this one from this morning. I've had this on my screen since over here. So again, I've had that on my screen basically all the way over here since October 10th, October 9th. The levels that we're currently buying from. And that's almost a whole month ago. I have not changed this, ladies and gentlemen. Meaning if you look at my lives from last month in October, on the 12th to 15th, you're going to look at this chart because I was mostly using this at the time. And you're going to be able to see that this stuff I already had here. The only stuff that's new is pretty much... What is new? The only thing that was new was this one right here. The one that we have single. That was the only one that's new. And I believe we added that one right around like maybe the 27th. Yes, like right around the point where you gapped up above it. I added that there because there was nothing that we had here in terms of price ideas, like price labels. And that was pretty much it. Everything else has been here for a while. So actually I think I added the top as well. Let me see. Okay, I see what I did here. So when you hit the 28th, everybody, basically I updated everything. That was the last time I updated everything. The reason why I know it's the 28th is because the box doesn't go up here. So that means I use this high here. And after I used that high, we basically added all these other buying points here. Something around there. It was either the 28th or the 23rd. So you could say like a week or 2 weeks, these buying points have been working. And then the ones from down here, from 660, 650, these have been here all the way from back over here when I first did them. This was the first time I did them here. And that is September 29th. So I've basically had most of these buying points since about September to like mid-October. Isn't that wild that I've never updated them? Meaning, even if I didn't have none of this stuff here, right? Everybody, let's just say all this stuff was deleted. I didn't have none of that. The same way I was buying down here, which was at the 1/8 point. So at the lines, right? At the lines, at the top, at the bottom. The same way I was buying down here, did it work up here in the future? And the answer is, it kind of worked a little weirdly, but yes, it did work, right? You did hit the 1/4 point finally. Today, you're kind of hovering by the 1/4 point. You almost hit the 1/8 point. Actually, you did perfectly hit around the 1/8 point down here. And then when we stopped running, the last thing we hit was the 1/8 up here. So you're basically almost doing an equal reaction, but you're stopping at the middle point. That was the reason why I told you guys, that yes, it does work, but this week specifically is just terrible. This week's price action on the most recent box, from the low of October to the high of October, is just absolutely ass right now. The box that's really working out is the older one over here. Like, for example, you see where the market falls? When you fell here today, this morning, the reason why I was really confident with wanting to buy calls around that area, right, was just because it was the top of 674, which is where you fell at the sky last time. So I had a feeling it was just going to use that as support. But that was a previous box. That was like an older one. But yeah, these lines, I haven't moved them, if you can't tell. Like this arrow right here was basically once over here. Does that make sense, everybody? So I've had these lower ones since October 24th at least minimum because of the older box. Now, why am I prying upon this one idea and talking so much about this one idea of having this stuff and, you know, talking about how we did this from the past? And most people, they're just going to tell me that you can't do this again, right? Well, the idea is that I've been doing this for the last 2 years already. So I'm already certain that it works. Regardless of what other people think, I might have to explain it differently for them, but it most certainly works. So for you guys that are always complaining about not having enough time to chart and all this stuff, remember, it just takes you doing the technicals weeks ahead of time, and you'll be able to trade those technicals whenever you hit those areas. It's just you got to remember or set alarms to buy. That's pretty much it. That's how I want you all thinking right now. If I could do this, you most certainly could do this. It's as easy as just starting. That's all you have to do. Start, take your notes, and yeah. But remember, like I was saying before, this trading style has its own rules and regulations, but in terms of buying strike prices, when you're at the top up here, the reason why I told everybody buy a strike price for 678 was because 678 was the quarter point. It was the 1/4 point. So that was the reason why I told everybody you want to stay with options that are around this area. It might either hit it above, so it might only hit 679 and hold, which was so funny that you did this a couple of days ago. That's what actually caused me to think the market was going to flip up perfectly, was because you literally hit that 679 level, and we were thinking you were going to hit 679 or 677. That's what we were thinking. And the fact that you are here today at the same level we thought that you were going to hold at is so funny. It's like we kind of thought this was going to happen on Friday. So going into the rest of the week, right? How are we going to continue to use this to predict the market? The first way I'm going to tell you, everybody, is by not touching a single thing. We're just going to leave it alone. The next thing we're going to do is see where this market falls down to. So if this market could fall down to 672 or potentially 668, then we're going to start to change the buying points. All right? So since only hit the 1/4 point, we're not going to do nothing to this chart. We're not going to update it. We don't got to do nothing. Maybe we'll add a couple parallel things, but for now, we're straight. We're good. On the crazy-ass Dorito chart that we created the other day, where we have all of our fighter jets, I don't know if you guys have seen this chart. We have all of our fighter jets providing backup here, right? So the same chart where we created that, we had a simple, fun idea. Using previous highs and lows, I'll show you what it looks like right now, but we said that when it hits the top of this box, it's probably just going to hold for a moment, which means this is a decent 0-day trade. That's exactly what happened. And again, this is a whole different trading style. This has nothing to do with these boxes. And the fact that it worked is absolutely insanity. And remember, this is what it looks like on the bigger picture. I'm just going to show you this, everybody. I'm going to take a little break here, all right? But yeah, so we made this just from this little data over here in the summer. I basically created all these lines. And again, different purpose. Some of them are the tops, some of them are the bottoms, some of them are the midpoints. And this is kind of like your bigger opportunities. So when the market falls down to this green box down here, that's really what I'm waiting for to go long on the SPY for like a 10-15 day option. But if we can at least fall down to like somewhere in here, we can get a 5 day. It's not going to be too expensive. But down here, this is like your big call buys. This is what I really want, somewhere down here. And if it falls below it, even lower, that's perfect. Because all we're going to do is use the trends from up here. We're going to draw them and then show how we could fall down. Right now, we only have the trends from over here because you had all this data. If we're going to fall down, we need a little bit more data of you falling in order for us to predict where it's going to stop. So you're not trying to perfectly predict where the market's going to fall down to. That's not the thing. You just want to see what the market could do in terms of our current range. And then when it breaks that, you start focusing on your bigger charts, which are like these shits here, right? Like look at how much data this chart right here covers. This chart right here covers all the data for the next 4 or 5 years. All the way up to 740. It could happen this year though. But this is more so the chart I want you to look at. This chart covers everything all the way up to 780. And it's very simple ideas. Like for example, I can't believe it. Because I did this shit with a certain idea in mind, and I can't believe it perfectly worked out. I could believe it because I know that proper planning always yields great results. I'm accustomed to that at this point. But the fact that it happened like this, and this was my first chart I ever made for the future. This was the chart I made last year in the summer. You see these blue targets right here? I had this since last summer, stating that if you hit 676, we're buying puts. If you go a little bit above it again, we're going to buy puts again at that level. And then the next level we're going to buy puts at is going to be this blue arrow up here. I'm not even saying we're going to buy puts at 708, which was like a fraction. It's like a box, right? But I'm saying a specific point right here, right there. That's where we're going to sell from. And the fact that it happened 2 times in a row, I thought it was going to go straight through it. That's what I told everybody recently. I think you're just going to go straight through 680 because last time when you fell down, when you hit my targets, you held here. So that was perfect. But the second time you hit my target, yo, we got absolutely destroyed here. I still remember this. And I was very upset about that because you didn't hold here. You just went straight through it. But then our last target is what basically fixed everything. Because you not only hit the target at 480, but you hit all the little micro levels in between. So it was risky. It was anxiety inducing, let me tell ya. Because I've never seen a market fall this way, ever. But the fact that it slowed down on these levels down here and started working after the fact, and then up here, now you're perfectly working even better than down there. That's what tells me the market is going to start to change directions here very shortly. But yeah, absolutely insane how planning from months ahead of time yields results going into the future. So I'm just saying, if you guys really want money, if you guys really want to change your life, the fact that you're in this room listening to me right now, you should not give that up. You should take full advantage of it before it's too late. Before you kind of burn yourself out, you know? But yeah, let me take a little break here, everybody. I'm going to leave you on these charts. We still have the puts right now that we bought up here at number 3 and 4. And I want to see if this is going to fall down to number 1 here. You could stop right here, though. So let's go take a look at the puts and see if we're going to sell them. They're break even right now. So we're just going to give this a second here. We're going to try to see if this can go up to at least like 150 each. Sell it for like $250, $300. And then we'll see if we can hop into a call. It is getting dangerous, though, so we're going to have to be very careful here. If you want, you could sell out some of your options just in case, right? But, all right, everybody, we're going to be back. Remember, when you hit number 1 to number 1 down here, we're going to buy calls. I'll see you guys. Yo, everybody, we're gonna sell the trade here. Are you ready? We're selling it. It was a complete success. 30%. Up $160 here. The options went as low as 45, but we stayed true. We held straight through the storm, and now you're at 142 each contract. Come on now. We're gonna get some calls now. I'll see you guys in a little bit here. I'm gonna post it to the Discord, by the way. We're gonna get it in 15 minutes, so just give it a second.
yo. Order rejected. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.